Alright, we're back. Of course, I almost forgot that we had to reset the broadcast because it went over 12 hours. It should have kept a backup for us. If it did not save, I swear. Okay, so it did keep everything, except all the pictures are out of order. Except now this time, all the pictures are out of order. But except this time, all the pictures are out of order. So it did keep everything. However, this time, all the pictures are out of order. And now it's dinging at me for no reason. Oh, there we go, yeah. Alright, so now all we need to do is just put all the pictures back in order, and then we'll be set to go. This is the picture we were going to use originally. This belongs over here. So all we have to do now is just put all the pictures back in order. And then whatever's missing, we need to find again. This belongs with Lafayette. I want to make sure we have 12. Alright, let's see. This belongs with KSMV. Oh, that's right. This belongs with this one. Alright, everything is getting sorted back into place. But now we have a problem. Over here. This is not correct. It's supposed to be WULF. Well, we can fix that. Oops, something went wrong. Well, I know something went wrong, but I'll take care of it later. Of course, I had to lose all those in private windows. Let me... Oh, wait, I've already downloaded the logo, didn't I? Or I could just re-download the logo. And try it again. And the background remover. Alright. Yep, that's the logo that belongs here. Alright. Everything should be correct. Alright, everything should be correct now. Let's try it again. So it looks like we're starting at 108. But this is going to be 112 because of the logo repositioning. 113. 114. 115. Actually, now this will be 116. 17. 18. 19. 20. And 21. Alright, everything should be done correctly now. Alright, so let me go over here. Locate the screens. Everything should be done right. Alright. Now, we're going to try BGY again, and now as we do so, I want to know something. Okay, so as we go back to WBGY now, here's something that I want to know. Did their encoder fail to observe daylight savings? That's the question now. So that's now the question on my mind. Did their encoder equipment fail to observe daylight savings? We know they streamed the test, but now the big question is, do they... Oh, this is very familiar. Alright, we're going to see if their encoder actually took daylight savings or not. Okay, so their encoder did fail to take daylight savings. Okay, so now we know what happened to the other stations. Their encoders failed to observe daylight savings time. So their encoders actually did observe daylight savings. However, the automated portion actually went forward an hour as well. Alright, so now we've answered the question and why their test failed in the first place. So, now we know why. So now we understand why. I'm going to make those changes after I get those remaining stations done. So again, after I take care of the remaining stations, I will fix those. I will make the changes once more. So that now means KRMS Osage Beach is back to midnight Central Time. So that means KRMS Osage Beach is back to midnight. Is now back to midnight Central Time is now back to midnight on Sunday for their weekly. So the automated portion did observe daylight savings. So now we know that for a fact. So the question has been answered. All right. Alright, looks like we made an error on CanXR. So let me fix it. And the Coyotes have gained the lead. It is now 3-2. Alright. We are good now. Okay. Well, that takes care of this group. This one actually was the longest of all of them. But now they're two. But now these last two are going to be even longer. So what I'm thinking is, then again, I'm actually going to do the rest of these all at once. So, like, I'm just going to spend this next hour here finishing everything up. I'm just going to rather take care of all of it at once. So then, these are the only two things we have left. So now we know what's going on here. And then I'll give you a sneak peek as to what's remaining afterward. We're ending at Nashville. Well, we're going to continue on at Nashville tomorrow. And then this is everything remaining. There isn't too much more for each, so we're getting closer. We're getting closer to completion. It's not supposed to be on the time signal, it's supposed to be on 10:07. Now, following this, Air 1 is about to go into day 4 without a test. Now we're actually going to go back to the idea that we had originally, where I was going to do everything at once on here. Don't worry, folks, we're going to be making arrangements as we go. So the Coyotes have beaten the Blackhawks this evening by a final score of 3-2 with that game-winning goal at the last second. Alright, so we're going to have KRMS Osage Beach. Osage Beach playing alongside all these other stations here. We're going to be monitoring. So now you're actually going to see the Sunday test begin. think this is the clearest we're getting of this country station too, which is amazing. Alright. Sunday tests are about to start. Very successful DX.
Indictment an outrageous abuse of power by a radical DA. He said he's directing relevant committees to investigate if federal funds are being used to, quote, subvert our democracy by interfering in elections with politically motivated prosecution. In a statement, former Democratic House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said the grand jury's consideration of this case makes clear no one is above the law, not even a former president of the United States. Michael George, CBS News, New York.
The Swiss government is reported to be putting pressure on UB.
Okay, so let's see if SCF carried over. Let's see if WCF carried over to the 12 a.m. hour. Remember, this is so we can plan ahead. So that way we know what to expect. So we know BGY went forward an hour. Looks like KRMS Osage Beach might have went to the next day. The first encouraging song of monitoring. So SCF failed. Okay, it looks like we've had a couple of failures so far. Now again, this is all that's remaining. And I'm actually planning on taking care of the rest of these at once. Alright. I'll probably play around with that a little more later. Alright, so here's a rundown of what has happened so far. So far, KRMS Osage Beach has failed. It is most likely that they have gone back to what is most likely is that they have went back to the time slot they had originally, where they ran it on Sunday at 11 p.m. Now, I'm not sure about the WBCF test. We'll have to check on that. As for WCLC, it looks like their test has stopped again. So it looks like their midnight test has stopped again. So it appears that their midnight test has stopped again. I think this is only when we convert over to daylight savings they start doing it again. I think WCLC, you know what I think is going on here? I think WCLC has their auto test set to like standard time or something. So I think when they do it at standard time, when they do it on Central Standard Time, I think that's when their auto test would start up again. Then when we move the clocks forward, that's when it would stop. I don't know what the point of that is, but so we've already answered our question on WBGY, so they're still in. KRMS, I'm assuming they're going forward an hour. Well, they're going forward a day. I'm assuming North State Public Radio will be the exact same thing. We're going to find out tomorrow. If we hear North State Public Radio's test run, then tonight, then their test will continue to run Sunday at 2 a.m. Otherwise, then it will move back to the next night. Then it will move back to the next day. Well, those are a lot of questions we're going to be answering tonight. Alright, so with that said, that is going to do it for Blackhawks Live and Wheel of Fortune here on Playfield TV. Again, I'm just about done with those screens. We'll see you again in a couple hours for the Sunday morning, or rather DC Radio 1 tests. Alright, good. Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for DC Radio 1. It's time for DC Radio 1. Back at its usual time. So now, in a few minutes, or just a few moments actually, we're going to be answering one simple question. Does Jackson iHeart still stream their tests, or have they stopped like the Cox Media Cluster? We're going to find out in just a moment. For now, let the party begin. I'm going to crank the beat up so I can hear it. Alright, I'm going to crank the beat up. Okay, here we go.
And KFPR Reading 88.9 FM, a service of Cap Radio, and licensed to Chico State Enterprises. We're on the web at myNSPR.org, as well as Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Listener-supported public radio, connecting the communities of Northern California.
Hello, I'm David Harper with the BBC News.
And my lab can bring others a bright future.
Because when I donate my stuff to the world,
Alright.
and it gives someone in my community a second chance to good. This message is from my good will. Welcome everybody to the Two Shepherd, SPCSuperMarioEAS Shepherd on City Sports Radio. Welcome to Hour of Number 2 of Hour of New York's Rising Circle of Talent. If you're not on the road, you had a wonderful time. Someone who has not had it is Aaron Rodgers, the individual that has played the longest for the Packers that there's ever been. An individual that has led them to the promised land. It was phenomenal against
Vince Quinn. It's Vince Quinn.
no turnover. He certainly given the Super Bowl. And we also know, not even Tom Brady, not Brett Favre, not Shawn Mendes, not Joe Montana, how the clips what Aaron Rodgers has done in terms of the regular season. That is winning 4.
A snow plane. That's fun. Okay, so our question has been answered. Yes, Jacksonville iHeart still does their test as usual. Now, since we no longer have the Jacksonville Cox cluster with us, that means we're going to need to make some changes. This thing finally saved. It took forever.
Visit SouthTexasElevatorsEAS. Message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project and the Ad Council.
You're listening to WSPR's
So, alright, so again, like I was just saying, our question has been officially answered. That again, yes, Jacksonville iHeart still runs their test. They still stream their test. The Cox Media Cluster stopped. Alright. Wow, KXWI is still offline. My gosh, it's been forever. Okay. So, now I've been hard at work getting these screens produced. And I am pretty much now in the final stage of doing so. So I'm now in the final stage of preparing these screens for distribution. Well, the first half rather, and then we're going to make a then we're going to change up a few automations. Then we're going to change a few automations up. Like for instance, we're going to make some changes to a few of the automations. Like we're going to move KCHO over to KCHO Chico. We're going to move that over to Monday. We're going to move everything over to Monday. Well, all the ones that are scheduled on Mondays, we're going to move those over. We're going to move those over. So yeah, we'll move those over. Alright. My phone will play WBZI. The tablet will play YCD. And while we wait, you all will get to watch the final process. that answers our question as to what's going on with BZI. Nope. Alright. Now on to WOL, the next one. Actually, for the first time in a while, let's use their... That's the WOL test, most likely. Consumed by fire, first things first. We're so close to finishing this. And you'll actually see me complete the entire set tomorrow at the beginning of our well, you'll actually see the entire set be finished tomorrow during our Wait, Don't Tell Me show. So you don't want to miss that. Because that's when I will begin the second half of producing all of these screens. Because that's when I'm going to begin producing the second half of these screens. And that is it. That is all of the screens. Took me over 12 hours to finish them all, and now here we are with a fully completed screen project. Well, not really fully complete, but you know what? I feel like continuing on. I feel like continuing on with an extra letter on the air for you all. Alright, we gotta load up 1340 my spirit. You know what, I think we can actually... Yeah, I think we'll wait on these till tomorrow. Waiting on those till tomorrow will be my best bet. Alright, let's update everything. Okay. Alright, now it is time for Boston iHeart. Yeah, I don't really think we're going to have enough time to start the ends today, but... Well, right now, that is, but let me honestly tell you something. We are literally just about done with this whole entire AM/FM screens project. When did we start this thing? Like 2 weeks ago? And it's incredible how much progress we have made up to this point. Yeah, it's honestly incredible how much progress we have made up until this point. But I am still impressed. Okay, is this on commercial break? Keeps playing the same clip, so we can assume it is on break right now. It's on commercial break. In the meantime, let's prepare all the other stations. Alright, I'll keep the preparation going. Oh my guys, it just me or is this commercial break taking forever? Because this is not what it should be doing. Because this is not what KISS 108 should be doing. You know, if this is really the only option we have, then I guess it's the only way to go, so we'll deal with it. Okay, here we go. Alright then, here we go. Alright then, here we go.
Cartier, Rolex, Gucci, Prada, Jordan, Adidas, Bottega Veneta. At eBay, it's real. Worth getting the fake out. Our team of luxury authenticators are making sure you never get faked over again. Watches inspected by watch experts. Sneakers checked by legit sneakerheads. Handbags examined by handbag connoisseurs and jewelry in the scopes of expert gemologists. The details inspected, the fakes rejected. Ensure your next purchase is the real deal with eBay's authenticity guarantee. Everyone deserves real. Visit eBay.com for terms.
As if the McCrispy couldn't get any better. Bacon and ranch just...
That's not really what it should be doing. Alright. So yeah, honestly, we will spend the next, so in between these next areas for the weekly tests, what we're doing is we're going to be continuing to look over severe weather risks. We're going to be taking a look at what severe weather potentials will be expected this week, and then I'm going to make some changes to the automations as a result of what we have just discovered. Both did the ID together. Both did the ID at the same time. So yeah, both Air 1 and K-Love did the ID together. Nice seeing. Let's see, Super Mario got the other, got the remaining cash of the Pennsylvania monthly test up. And I see Lake County, Montana got his test compilation up. So why don't we take a look at this one. He got a monthly test off of Portland PBS.
This is a coordinated monthly test of the emergency alert system through broadcast stations in the greater Portland, Vancouver area.
And then, of course, on that Wednesday, you got the Yellowstone Public Radio Weekly.
If this had been an actual emergency, this
KRNS doing the Utah monthly test. Now, I don't think I noticed it. Apparently, Inland Northwest changed the message again. I don't know if I was paying attention the first time, but apparently Inland Northwest changed their test message again. Well, their pre-roll again. Yeah, Inland Northwest changed their test message again. So Air 1 is right now on day 4 on their weekly pattern. Here we go. Alright, so in about 25 minutes now, we will have our next test, which will be WLS. Alright, now as we get ready for that, there are of course a few things I want to go through. First, what our severe weather potential and probabilities look like for this week. So according to the Storm Prediction Center, there right now appears to be nothing in the near term, but this is today's outlook. This is tomorrow. This is Tuesday. They're all generals right now. And then if we look at day 5, this is what we're seeing on day 6. This is now, but this actually now just became day 5. You can see, look, we are looking at another severe weather outbreak potentially in southern Oklahoma and north central Texas. Central to north central Texas into parts of south central Oklahoma. That's where we... So that 15% probability is definitely important when it comes to these next few days. So this is day 1. That possible slight risk for Thursday, that's right now a day 5. So we are expected to be back to normal in terms of everything up until Thursday, as that's when we're going to be monitoring the potential for another major severe weather event. Now, for those who may have missed my explanation about this week's monthly tests, I'm going to explain the list for you all again. So let's go down here. There isn't really too much this week, which I'm actually surprised. Florida will be tomorrow, not tomorrow, but Monday, 12:50 p.m. right before the Pacific IPAWS test. Although, unfortunately, since every station no longer takes IPAWS test all at one, still gonna do this insanity with Florida. Then on Tuesday, 9:50 a.m. we have New Jersey. Then we have Nebraska at 10 a.m. and then 11:18 a.m. is Missouri. I don't know why it still says 12:06, but their time is now 12:18 Eastern time. And then on Wednesday we have the usual Ohio monthly test, which will coincide with the tornado drill for the state, which will happen about 5 minutes later. This will be broadcasted over all NWR stations. So at 8:45 a.m., this is going to be an entirely different So right after WIAL, this is going to be an entirely different sequence. I'm going to be preparing every station for the Ohio monthly test. And in addition to that, I'm going to be preparing all the Ohio NOAA weather radio stations. I'm going to be doing every single one that works. For example, I'm going to do WWG 53. No, that's Parker. WWG 57 out of Mansfield, Ohio. Or WNG 698 out of Grafton. KIG 86 out of Columbus. I don't know if KIH 42 in Covington, Cincinnati even works. Probably does not. But I'll still try it anyway. I think it depends on what transmitters serve Ohio. And I think Ashland will as well. I'm assuming Ashland will also. But then I should also mention that our good friend Antonio gave us a date for the West Virginia tornado drill. That will be on this Wednesday at 10 a.m. So we're kind of going to treat it like a usual week. We're kind of going to treat it like a normal weekly test sequence for Charleston, West Virginia. But now here is the big question. Charleston, West Virginia, I believe, is going to count it as their weekly test for this week because it's going to run right at 11 a.m. So I'm assuming Pittsburgh will run the West Virginia tornado drill separately. And then I'm assuming the other transmitters are going to get their usual test message. For Charleston, though, I'm assuming they're going to do their own special tornado drill message and count it as their weekly for the week. That's what I'm assuming is going to happen for West Virginia. However, we're looking at a few... However, we are looking at a few possibilities for this thing. However, we are looking at several possibilities when it comes to this. The first possibility would be that Charleston, again, would count the drill for this week, or they would just run their usual weekly test message and add the tornado drill announcement. But then, what was I? Oh yeah, I was saying about the criteria that they were going to do. So they could either A, use the live code tornado warning that they have been using literally ever since West Virginia started doing tornado drills. And then I'm assuming Pittsburgh would do a live code tornado warning and weekly test doubleheader. Or B, West Virginia will begin using the weekly test code, like a lot of the other states have been doing. So if that's the case, then West Virginia will be, if that's the case, then Indiana will be the only state that has used the live code tornado warning for their statewide tornado drill, as you saw last week. However, then at 10:46, right at the end, we've got, Sirius XM. Well, as much as I would like to actually get a Sirius XM test, unfortunately, as I had mentioned already, as I think I had mentioned it during our Saturday morning test show, during our test show earlier this morning, like right when we started our show, right when we started our broadcast, I had said that we used to have, we once we got a new car. Well, once my father got his new car, he tried to we tried SiriusXM for 3 months, and then when the trial had expired, and when the trial was over, we said no to SiriusXM. So at least it was good to try. If I had said yes to SiriusXM, then we would be paying for it, and then we would be able to get stuff like this. And even random weeklies too, from like Hits 1. Yeah, I still can't get enough of watching that Hits 1 EAS test video. They got it on their Dish TV. Yeah, I suppose SiriusXM is probably included with the Dish cable service, but that's interesting too. And once again, I see Florida's not out of this cold wave. It's affecting the southeast too. I don't know about Miami though, but we'll take a look. But then again, we'll have DC. This is going to be the last year that we will have stations originating monthly tests. But then after that, it's going to be Maine, 10:55. So now this Wednesday is going to be crazy. And then right at the end, we have Michigan running their statewide monthly test. Now, in addition to this, I believe, as far as I know, all the offices in Michigan are going to be moving their weeklies to 12 noon Central Time to coincide with this statewide monthly test and to conduct the annual statewide tornado drill for Michigan. Now, I don't know about Nevada what they're going to do, because remember, they tested a week early. Now, this happened with Tennessee. This happened with Tennessee in the past, that they never did it at their usual time. They ran it a week early and counted it. So I'm assuming Nevada will be the exact same story. Now, I'm sure some details about Severe Weather Awareness Week will be coming up on here. Looks like it's too early for such information. Oh, here we go. So this would mean that we will not see a weekly test at 1 p.m. Well, this means we won't be seeing a 10:15 a.m. weekly from Grand Rapids, or a 10:15 to 11 a.m. test from Gaylord, or even a 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. test from Detroit. Those are all going to happen at 12 noon in the same fashion as Ohio. Although now that is going to be a lot more challenging. It's going to be really challenging when it comes to stuff like that. So, my gosh, it's going to be nuts. So, you all don't want to miss that. And the following week, oh yeah, it'll be nearly identical. 2:45 p.m. Sunday at Colorado. Next Sunday, the 26th, by the way. I don't know about LA if they're going to run their monthly test or not. Then South Dakota statewide. I'm sure LA will have some information about the tsunami. I'm sure Los Angeles will have some. And I don't know when they're going to conduct that tsunami exercise drill. We'll have to see, but I'm sure we'll know what day it will be when that time comes. Alright, speaking of which, now I want to go ahead and make a few. I do want to make a few modifications to our automation schedule. First, I'm going to be adding a station from Los Angeles into our collection here, because we have confirmed that LA does all the LA iHeart stations do their weekly test at 3:06. Alright, so then if I show the log here, so I think there was something we can assume here. There's a lot of good songs coming on tonight.
is like setting a daily reminder that you will never be alone.
Of course you won't. Alright, it's about time for the WLS automated test here.
This is Red Eye Radio on Westwood One. Check out all the latest in news, events, trekking information, and podcasts at Red Eye
On Westwood One. On Westwood One. Okay. Alright, it's just about time here. Then afterward, we're gonna get those, afterward, I'm gonna get all those auto tests transferred over. And we should be all set to go from there.
These molecules even go behind and under furniture. Nothing you can hide from the thunderstorm. Best of all, no filters to buy over and over again, and it saves you money. Right now, you can save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. You get 3 units for under $200. Go to EdenPureDeals.com, put in our discount code REDEYE, and save $200. That's EdenPureDeals.com, discount code REDEYE. Shipping is free. Hi, Tom Bodette from Motel 6, leaving the light on for truckers. As a thanks for all you do, we're asking America to bring back the air pump salute. We know you miss kids doing it. It always brought a smile to your face on an otherwise lonely stretch of road. So keep an eye out for wound-up kids in the back seat pumping their little arms off. Then give them an air horn blast that'll blow their tiny minds. I'm Tom Bodette from Motel 6. And
What kind of promo is that?
for you. Were you hopeful for less chance of an inspection delay at the roadside in 2021? Compared to the 2020 pandemic year, you were disappointed as inspection likelihood rose from 2020 levels substantially. That's according to the new comprehensive analysis from Overdrive Magazine's decade-long PSA's Data Trail series. But the 2022 series update shows that state truck enforcement departments still aren't back to pre-COVID inspection levels. Learn more about this today. There are some new risks, though, in rising moving violations as well as hours of service detention. You can determine your own roadside risk with 48 state rankings. The regulations section and check out PSA's Data Trail 2022 update today. The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund invites all over the road Class A CDL holders to join our smoking cessation program. Best strangers.
Alright, to WDEC. Now I heard the Global Weather and EAS Society actually updated a lot of those stations and yep, those two work. Okay, so we're gonna have to still do so we're going to do a multi-device recording scheme now. Now that we know those two work still. I'm glad those two work on the Global Weather EAS Society now. But let's see if this is official. We're about to find out if this is official or not. Here we go. Alright, so now we've figured out the pattern. Alright, so now we figured it out. Okay, so now we figured everything out. So the changes we're going to make are that we're going to move KRMS over to Sunday. The original 1038 automation will be removed. The original camera automation will be removed as well. This will still run. This will still run. That's right, you can't do it on there. Well, here that is. Okay, so I'm gonna add a new automation for Friday. Where this Wi-Fi automation is right now, it's actually going to be replaced by a new one called WTIC. And the Wi-Fi automation will be going into its place. Oh gosh. Okay. All right. Here we go. All right. Now for the Montana tests.
Just because it's the weekend doesn't mean the music stops. Here's another positive, encouraging favorite on Kayla.
Yeah, I'm getting a whole bunch of good songs. Alright, so alright, so alright. So, that was one change that I had to make. And there was something else I forgot to do as well, which I have not yet taken care of, which is setting up next week's Street View poll. I mean, I ran out. I didn't have like enough time to get everything set up, but now we do have some time in between. Yep, even more positive, encouraging favorites. Alright, so what I'm doing is I'm scheduling next week's Street View request. Okay, now for the county requests. Alright. Finally got to the Alright, so I have gotten the other things taken care of for Alright, so I have taken care of everything. So I have just gotten everything taken care of. When it comes to the request polls, I have taken care of WRMF is just about done playing heat waves here. In a couple minutes we'll have the WJOU test. And then WRMF shortly after. Alright, so after we get WJOU, we're going to go over the schedule for this week and then we will be done. Alright, there we go. By Hubbard Radio. This is a test of the Washington, D.C. Okay. I'm already going way too far here. Alright. And that is it for the on-air test that we need to get. So, alright. So here is a look at the schedule for this week. That is WYCB from earlier. Okay. So we are just about done here for the night. So before we go, I do want to talk about the schedule for this week. I want to go through this. I want to go through this week's schedule really quickly, so that way, none of you, and not even myself, are thrown off by it. So, let's begin with tomorrow. So, we have our Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me show, which we will do at 11 a.m. tomorrow, as usual. And you will see me begin to do the final set of screens. That's going to be the big highlight for tomorrow's Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me show. I do not know if WMVP is going to broadcast tomorrow's preseason game, or tomorrow's preseason game at 3 p.m. against the Mariners, but we will see what ends up happening with that. But again, we will see what ends up happening with that. It's very likely that they won't be broadcasting any of these preseason games, but we're getting closer to the season opener, and I'm personally excited for that myself. And of course, at 9 o'clock, we'll be back for our Ticket to Ride show. We'll do our Ticket to Ride show at 9 p.m. Tomorrow night, as usual. And then on Monday morning, we will be back to our weather scan stream that we usually do on that day. And then we will do our Minecraft. Then we'll do our Minecraft live show later that night as well, in which we will, if I can recall from what we were doing, we were gonna keep making I-21 into the town, and into that new Unaville town. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. So that's what we're gonna be doing for this week's Minecraft show. In addition, at 8 p.m. the Blackhawks will play against the Avalanche, and of course the White Sox will have their next preseason game against the Diamondbacks. So that's yeah, then after that we will be without, and then after that we'll be without hockey for a little bit. On the 21st we'll have our we'll do our Roblox show on Tuesday as usual. Tomorrow's that will be another preseason game against the Milwaukee Brewers, again at 3 p.m. Wednesday the 22nd, of course, we'll do our weekly test show, and the White Sox will play against the Royals for their preseason game that day. Not sure if this is an error, but it says there's the Texas Rangers as well facing the White Sox at the same time, so I don't know what's the case or why that's there, but I'm assuming that's going to be afterward, or they'll be switching the two. On Thursday, however, the Blackhawks will play against the Washington Capitals at 6 p.m. Now that's going to be a lot of fun because it's going to be Brandon's team going against me. And I personally bet he's really excited for it. the thing is, I probably may not be able to start the game in time. Like, I may have to start the broadcast like a little earlier, because again, keep in mind we always have that because we always have that weekday primetime stuff, Masterminds, People Puzzler, Switch, Wheel of Fortune, and all that stuff. But then Wednesday we have some added shows. So yeah, we filled it. So we're now starting to fill in America's Says for the 7 p.m. hour, and then Lingo at the 8 p.m. hour, and then that's the end of the Wednesday prime time. And then there's barely anything else on the other days. So then once again, this Friday will be all repeats. But then, what about backyard baseball? However, I've decided that we're actually going to start the game about an hour and a half early. Maybe we'll start it about an hour early, because it on average takes about 2 hours to finish the game. So, because usually a game like that, it takes about 2 hours on average for one like that to finish. So we'll start backyard baseball at 4 p.m. on the 23rd. So yeah, 4 p.m. on the 23rd, we will do our backyard baseball show rather than at 5. Which means I will have to change up the cycle a little bit for Mark Levin that night, but I will eventually figure it out. And then Friday the 24th, the White Sox host their next preseason game against the And then on Friday, we'll have another White Sox preseason game, but this time against the Oakland A's. Saturday, the 25th, will actually be a couple of games. So at 4 p.m., we'll play against the Minnesota Wild. In terms of the Blackhawks, for the White Sox, their next preseason game on that day will be against the Reds at 8:05, Cincinnati. Sunday the 26th, we'll have a 5 p.m. game against Vancouver, from the United Center. On the 26th, also that day, the White Sox will play against the Rockies at 3:05. And then on that Monday, the 27th, we'll have a 3 p.m. game against the Cubs, with a 2 p.m. game the following day. Everything else about it is about our usual schedule is usual from there. But as for the rest of the sports, well, let's continue. Then Tuesday the 28th will be a 7:30 game against the Dallas Stars. And then the following Thursday, the 30th, this is going to be a good matchup, because it's going to be the Blackhawks and the Blues at 7:30 p.m. on the 30th. Also that night will be the White Sox season premiere. Now, we know the preseason was kind of considered the season premiere, but I would consider that like a season preview, a preview of what's to come. So on March 30th, now don't forget, March 30th, Thursday night, 6 p.m., will be the official premiere, the official season premiere of White Sox Live here on Plainfield TV. Which means we will have to change up our backyard baseball. And then, of course, that week we'll have to do the game at 4 p.m. as well. And then also that night will be the Blackhawks and the Blues, like I was just saying. And then on Friday the 31st will be a 7 p.m. game again against the Astros for the White Sox. Now, this is going to be the beginning of a 4-game opening series as of right now. So 30th will be at 6, 31st, Friday will be at 7 p.m. April 1st will be a 1 p.m. game, so we're probably going to stay in the air for like another hour, maybe not, I don't know. Sunday, Probably similar story. But again, we'll see what happens. Also on that night, on Saturday, will be a 7 p.m. game against the Devils, the Blackhawks and the Devils in New Jersey. Well, New Jersey's coming here to the United Center in Chicago. Tuesday the 4th, again, will be an 8 p.m. game against the Flames. The 6th, which is a Thursday, will be a 9 p.m. game against the Canucks. Saturday night, 8th at 9 p.m. will be against the Kraken. Then the 10th, which is a Monday, will be against the Wild. Tuesday the 11th, 6:30 against the Penguins. And then the 13th, a Thursday, 7:30 p.m. against the Flyers, which will most likely be considered the Blackhawks season finale as of right now. That'll be considered the season finale for the Blackhawks as of right now. Again, as that list gets shrunken and as that list goes further and further down, we are going to see some things happen about these schedules, but I'm sure we have yet to see these details officially as of this point. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to do it for our broadcast here today. Now, before we go, of course, we have to first tell you that Plainfield TV is owned and operated by the SPCPlainfield Media Corporation, and that any and all words heard during the broadcast today, including videos from my main channel and programs on Plainfield TV, can be reused for archival purposes only. However, you must grant permission from me before re-uploading my content, because if you do so without my permission, I would have to request it get taken down. I would request it to get taken down. I see that Northern Louisiana is still talking about the drama from last week that's made its way onto Discord, which actually kind of doesn't look good at all, but yeah. I am aware of what's going on as of this point. Dare to Be with Charlotte Gambit, but not really. Anyway, then with that being the case, that is going to do it for us here tonight. So now for the staff and management here at SPC Plainfield TV, we'd like to thank you very much for watching us today, and we hope you'll join us again tomorrow for another exciting day of programming, as eventually I get to finish up the screens, and you get to see me finish them all, hopefully in one day, because I would love to have that. I would love to have that all finished by tomorrow, and then all I could just do on the following weekend is carry over all of the tests over to my mobile devices, and then we should be all set to go. So there's not much left of this project. I would love to debut them. I'm getting very excited. So we're gonna see, or maybe I can just finish it up all tomorrow, but again, that's going to take a while, but you know what? We eventually will get to that point. But anyway, again, now for the staff and management of SPC Plainfield TV, we'd like to thank you very much for watching, and we hope you will join us again tomorrow for another exciting day of programming. I'm going to go ahead and close this. Yes, save it. And I'll go ahead and start closing out a bunch of the... Yes, exactly right, LAEAS. That's exactly what I was just describing. But anyway, now from all of us here at SPC Plainfield TV, thank you very much for watching. And I keep forgetting about those things. But you know what? I will take care. You know what? I'll take care of those tomorrow morning first before I get to the screens. That's what I'll do. But anyway, until then, until we see you again tomorrow morning, again, thank you for watching, and we hope you'll have a great rest of your night.